as somebody says, not gonna lie, a Souls-like with Genshin game design that also has a separate MMO system tacked on has been pretty damn compelling. Let me say this. A lot of games that are in development right now, they're fucking cooked. I think this new game design, multi-mode online game, MMOG, I think this multi-mode idea that Where Winds Meet has pulled off is unreal and crazy. I did not believe them when they said there was 150 hours of content, because that's a big bold statement. I want to say outright, I apologize that I don't have a better background for Where Winds Meet. I apologize I haven't done thumbnails for my streams. There's a video I want to make. I apologize that it's not made. Here's the problem. I'm still playing, and I'm ashamed to even say this number. I don't know what this number is about to be, but this number is about to be ridiculous. Like, this is gonna be Professor Lupin. Ridiculous. I'll tell you this ridiculous number in just a second. Because it's unreal. And it's, Unreal Engine. No, come on. Why does Steam always need to update when all you need to do is see a little number? Come on. It's open on my other computer. That's what's causing it to. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, I'm just opening my account. I want to see something. 76.3 hours of playtime. And the game hasn't been out yet for a full week. No, I'm not playing through the launcher. I'm playing through Steam. I went through Steam on this one. So 76 hours. And the game isn't a week old until 4 p.m. my time. So that's a 40-hour work week and 40 hours of overtime jammed on top of that 40-hour work week. Holy shit. Let me say, the game is that good. The game is just that damn good. And it's been a long time coming since we had a game this good. They've done so many things well, and I want to give them a huge shout out because there was a hubbub yesterday regarding Where Winds Meet, and it has to do with helps if your KVM switch is on the right. It has to do with where we're still sorry. I can never get back to the shit I want to get back to. The boat, not the boat. The boat is a huge deal. Where the hell is... Where is the other shop page? Oh, it's right here. I've already loaded it. That's why it didn't give me the animation. So apparently the odds of getting this full cosmetic set based on the drop odds, which I would say this is a bad way to do it, because I bought a cosmetic because I already enjoyed the game. So I bought something direct that I wanted. This isn't something that I would want. Maybe the headband, but it's purple and blue. Doesn't go with the motif. But apparently this cost a couple of $100. What'd you tell me yesterday, Rao? Because you had copy and pasted it. I have it in the chat. But apparently it was in the Chinese version. You can buy this outright for about $30. And over here in the Western version, it was going to take a couple of $100 with the odds. And I don't understand that piece, because I'm looking at this like you would buy it in order. And they actually came out. Oh yeah. Apparently it has the new outfit that came out today, it has a 0.08% chance to drop and winds up costing almost 8,000 pearls. But on China, it's 2,200 pearls. So what Where Winds Meet did is they put out a message this morning. We want to make this promise to you as we approach our 1-week release. You, our players, are at the center of everything we do, and we want to make sure that you always feel heard and valued. We can be miles apart, but we'll always be close at heart. The global release has brought us excitement and challenges. We are listening closely. We value fairness above all else. Your experiences are at the heart of design of content and events. Regarding the event Swords Unseen, we will be adding additional rewards after today's patch update. You can go to the events page and claim them. Obviously, yeah, it's been a year in China, I believe. If it's not been a full year, it's right around the year mark. Now, obviously, this follows the same pricing that NetEase has used on Once Human, and I still think that they're making a huge mistake. So we're going to use this 3,000 category. First of all, I like the fact that they did 99 cents, $2.99, $4.99, and $9.99, $14.99. I think that they got this part right. And they obviously are listening to Once Human feedback because it's the same publisher. But what they didn't do, and I understand people's gripe. I don't understand their complaint. I understand their gripe because you want something that's expensive. But the whole game is free. There's no paywalls. There's a little bit of pay to win, kind of. It's like a little bit of salt in the oil when you asked for your fries to be salt free. They didn't put salt on them, but there's some salt in the oil. It's not forgivable, but we're not gonna stomp our feet and make a big deal out of it. Just write it up. Hey guys, if you're saying absolutely no pay to win, here's a little bit. You might want to consider just replacing the rewards. But where they screw the pooch here is, I think they might have. 2580. Okay? 2580 means you're spending $50 to get a cosmetic. They need to understand, if they want to do this, that's fine, but then they have to do the ABCD rotating methodology that I talked about once, where it's almost $50 in November, and then in December it'll price drop, January it'll price drop, February it'll price drop, in March it'll go on the bargain bin, and then by April it's going to be out of the store. You get the people that are willing to pay top dollar to have it, and maybe you do 60 days of top dollar, so the people that have it are cool. Like I have my exclusive club. Maybe you do 90 days. It's refinement. I'd have to see the numbers. I'd have to see some data to make a better line. But bring the price down, bring the price down, bring the price down, and then take it off the store completely. And then you can do some fun things like, which one do we bring back? 10 premium pulls sounds like a phone game. Okay, it does. It absolutely does. This system looks very much like a phone game. However, I don't think it's a bad system to pull out of mobile games. Because if they make the whole game free, yeah, there's a boat that costs like 40,000 US dollars. So this isn't the first game to have something ridiculously priced in it. It's not the first. It won't be the last. But if the whole game is free, with mostly no pay to win, except for a couple of what I call bits and pieces of oversight, what's the complaint? Again, I understand the gripe. I get the easy one. I get the that pisses me off one. No problem. Absolutely. But they got to make money. And I would much rather a company make their money through overpriced cosmetics if and only if it keeps the game free for everybody. And they don't have any pay to win in it. And if they can do those things, then I'm totally cool with your overpriced cosmetics. Now, am I really shocked? Only about 2,000. I'm sorry. Steam hasn't hit a above 200,000 cap. Yeah, they have their own launcher, like they do for NetEase has its own launcher. They also use Steam, and this is where a lot of people are gonna, if they come to the show, which most people don't. The only people who come here are people who try to play like gotcha, bitch. Jay said this today. Yes, I did. Read the rest of the context. I don't care if a game goes on Steam. I don't give a shit that Ashes of Creation is going on Steam. I don't care. What I care about is companies not doing something they said they weren't going to do. Like, I think we can all agree that's a great question. That's a brain stumper question today. That's that's a Navy thing, I think. The Air Force has an equivalent. Called the OAC, the Office of Airman Council. Yeah, I think that is Navy specific, because I never had seen that acronym while I was active duty. But once I looked up what it was, like the blurb, I think the Air Force has something similar called the OAC, the Office of Airman Council. But that's a shot. That's a wag. That's a back pocket wag. I'd have to dig in more, but I think the acronym you gave is Navy only, because it didn't roll off the memory banks right away. Magnus, you just found out Ashes did that? Yeah, I'm thinking it might be, I'm tired of talking about Ashes in DMs with people. I think we're getting really close to, I'm just gonna do an Ashes 101 stream. And then when people ask me, hey, did you hear about this? I'll be like, yes, I did. What do you think? Here's the video. The video is what I think. I know I've seen a lot of people with a lot of complaints. A lot of people have a lot of complaints about the game. About this game. This game is rough with all the menus. This game is really, really brutal with all the menus. And as you saw, even when you find something, because every day a new menu appears. I watched some of Kira's video, then I got sent a wonderful thing that of what Kira thinks about me. That's fine. I went to bed just fine last night, regardless of the fact that Kira has derogatory shit to say about me. Totally okay. All that means is living in someone's head rent free. It's totally okay. But Kira's video, I'm glad Kira did a video. I am. More content creators need to be making content about Ashes of Creation, but they have to stop being shills. They have got to stop. They have got to stop shilling. If you want to save the game, now is not the time to shill for Ashes. Now is the time for all the content creators to basically say to Steven, you're fucking up the program. And if Steven and Intrepid don't realize what they're doing to the game, yeah, Steam reviews are going to kill it. Yeah. Also, why did you create a second company? If you look, Intrepid Studios created a different company. Let me back up. I care so little because it's not this game right now. I care so little about it. Oh, here's the 10 premium pulls. Somebody told me they created a new company name, so when you click on the publisher of the MMO, it doesn't bring you to the page that already existed for Apocalypse. Why are you ashamed? Why are you ashamed of your previous project? The problem is this. Steven, Margaret, Intrepid Studios, they have no integrity. They have absolutely no integrity, and integrity is a big problem. Integrity is a huge problem if you don't have it, because people sense that you don't have it. When people sense you don't have integrity, if you fuck up, be like, it's like, you can go to my YouTube channel, you can look at some of my old streams, some of my old videos, some of my old content is fucking atrocious. But I keep it up there because it's my starting point. It's where I started. And I don't want to say to creators that I help, because I help on any given day. I help some new creators get started. And I'm really thankful. I've had people in my community that have helped me with assets and helped me with my audio and all those bits and bobs. But when you make a mistake, own your mistake. When you fuck the pooch, man, all you gotta say is, yep, we really fucked the pooch on that one. Like, it's kind of like when your kid is lying to you. And you're just like, do I even need to be here for this conversation? Are online and offline levels different? No, they are not. Online and offline is... I've been trying to come up with a good analogy for it. And here's the analogy. Online mode is The Hobbit. Offline mode is The Lord of the Rings. Okay? It's the same world. It's different parts of the story. When you're online, when you're online, your personal story can't be advanced. Now, keep in mind, it's best if I just do this. These two modes are connected. So there's solo mode and there's online mode. Solo mode also includes co-op mode, but it matters, am I in your world or are you in my world? Because yesterday, or the day before, the days all blending together, like I said, almost 80 hours in this game in a week. I forgot to unlock a teleport point. So I said to Rail, I said, can you port so that I can touch the stone? I couldn't, because I can't advance my world in his world. But I was able to teleport, I think, if I remember correctly, on his world to those places, because he has advanced his world. This is one of the most unique game modes I've seen. Steven Sharif saw how much money people pumped into Arcade and wanted a piece of that, so he made Ashes of Creation. Don't follow, I just wanted to make a fun MMO scam. It's just snake oil. Okay, as much as I don't like Steven Sharif, as much as I think a lot of the things he's done is shitty, I have to address that one, because I always address the points that are wrong. Steven is business savvy. Business savvy, not leadership savvy. He's business savvy. If Steven's goal had been money, he absolutely, positively would not have backed an MMO. Backing an MMO is not a smart way for you to make money once you have money. Think of it this way. I know for a fact, because we have friends that work there. We've had friends that work, because Steven drew a lot of his employees from the gaming community, and some of those people were people we knew from in and around the way. And I know some people, a couple other people know some people. So it's not like nobody is there. In fact, we had a friend, ironically, that the community had a friend. I mean, I did. Person's a member of the community. They worked in the building across the street from the original Ashes building. No, you didn't get the impression of honesty from him. But let me ask you this: why would I work 80-hour weeks to maybe lose $55 million? That doesn't make a lot of sense. And this is where I say, I don't think Steven is deliberately incompetent, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to be deliberately incompetent. I think at the end of the day, Intrepid is just inept. I think at the end of the day, they can't get any traction because they're trying to go 12 different ways. not every one of their ideas is compatible for the same game. Look at this game. Look at what Where Winds Meet has done. You want a mini game in your professions. I'm not even in this guy's. I'm not in Where Winds Meet's creator program yet. I've applied, but I'm not in it yet. And as you've heard me shit talk on Once Human, and I am in their creator program. I'm always going to say what I feel. I don't need to make $1 from creation. Sure, it's nice, it funds music, but I never need to make $1 doing this shit. I think Steven, in his heart of hearts, really, really, really wanted to make a good game. But Steven suffers from what I'm going to call as a character flaw, and some of you will disagree with me that it's a character flaw, and that's okay, because we're different characters. I'm neurodivergent. That boils down to, I don't give a fuck what your opinion about me is. I do not care what people's opinion of me is. If I'm wrong factually, I want to be told I'm wrong factually. That I give a shit about knowing I'm wrong factually. If you think I have a bad opinion, cool. Don't tell me I'm wrong for the sake of being wrong. Give me your opinion with some... Oh shit, I didn't change. Oh well, we're gonna try to beat this guy's bluster. Give me some talking points about where you think I'm wrong. Things I haven't seen. Like, as you heard me say, I don't... Years and years and years ago, I was like every other gamer. I was caught up in the pay-to-win debate. And then as you... If you've been around my community for a bit, or you've heard me say it, it's pay to... ... Are you paid to winning? Are you paid to convenience? Are you paid to get ahead? Are you paid to stay ahead? Are you paid to look good? Pay to win is a spectrum of impact. And that's the part we need to argue about. We need to argue about the impact. But we all need to agree, hey, this is money we're spending. Did I buy it with real money? Yes, cool. If you want to call it pay to win and I want to call it pay to convenience and the other guy wants to say it's no big deal, we're not arguing about whether or not we paid for it. We're arguing about the impact of it. Are you paid to lose? Well, Magistone, I'll give you a great example of a guy who once upon a time paid to lose. Years and years ago, there was a guy in EVE Online who spent $6,000 buying Plex. For a Nix, only to get it blown up about an hour after he bought it. Wasn't he in real estate? I mean, we do know he's business savvy just because he has money. He could have also been lucky in life. Inherited. No, he's, all right. So, unfortunately, again, I have to tell the truth because I don't masquerade the truth. Steven Sharif claims that he was in MLM, and he never denied that he worked at Zango. Well, you don't actually work at Zango, you sell Zango products. He's never denied that. It's not like he tried to hide that piece. What I found was I can find a lot of Zango. I can, and Zango is snake oil, and all I can say is what I found. By the time Zango was under investigation by the FTC, Steven was no longer selling their products. Well, in Viz, here's the piece. Steven claims he was in marketing. I'm sorry, he claims he was in real estate. I can't find one single news article, write-up, review, anything that he was in real estate. And I went looking. I find another company. But in fairness to a person I once called a friend, in fairness to a person who, when he found out my entire family was sick, checked up on me, I'm not going to talk about the other company that I found because he's chosen not to make it part of the public record, and it's nothing nefarious. It's nothing that's gonna get people's heckles up. But I can't find a single thing about real estate. So we're kind of stuck at a point of, we know he's never led a company of 250 people. We know that when he was, we know that he suffers from rich guy syndrome, where his way to solve problems is to throw money at it. And a lot of people are like, well, that's not good business. Hey, it's me. It's you. It's all of us. There is some value in throwing money at problems. Yes, some stuff about him from ArcAge came out. He did buy people. Like, literally bought people. Paid people to be in his guild. Paid people to raid with him. Paid people to PvP with him. I'm not gonna... Yeah, he paid people. But here's the thing. At that point, who cares? Like, at the end of the day, if I was trying to run, and if I was trying to be influential in EVE Online, say we go back 25 years ago, and I'm independently wealthy to a level of stupid wealth, and I could afford to pay people a $50,000 a year salary to play EVE, you think I wouldn't have? No, it's there's no politics today. When I'm gaming, I'm gaming. Right now, I finally found a video game that makes me happy. Politics is my fallback too, but right now the political spectrum in America is so disheartening. It's like, you can throw your topic down though. I might bite at it while I'm playing, while I'm grinding 15,000 assistance points. Why pay people? As he paid to get better talent to join, or he was needing people to play? Oh no, he had the White Order, which again, if you wanna know the overall leadership and decision-making matrix inside somebody's head, right? Ask yourself the question, why the fuck would you name your guild the White Order? Why would you name your guild the White Order? Or your gaming organization the White Order? Like, that didn't walk... Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That didn't walk past the 2 seconds of common sense test. And again, I'm not saying that he was advancing some sort of political agenda. I'm just saying, when you have a person whose decision-making matrix in their brain looks like that, you might want to question the other things they're doing. I still think this goes beyond incompetence, putting it on Steam. Well, I'll tell you why they're putting it on Steam. They're putting it on Steam because they're out of money. Quite simply, they're out of money. Because Steven doesn't know how to run a company. Asian developers don't know that people get offended every 5 seconds in America. Asian developers don't give a shit that Americans, or in the Western world, we won't just say America, we'll say the Western world. Asian developers don't give a shit. There's a very large audience that won't touch the game until it goes on Steam. So the money angle makes 100%. You're absolutely right. Number 2, there are people like me who have a balance in their Steam wallet. if you have a balance in your Steam wallet and a game comes out that you're interested to try, it is a lot easier to pull the trigger on making a purchase of a game if you have what we're going to call essentially as a gift card or credit. Did I get on at the exact time of Ashes talk? Ashes is always going to be a topic I go back and forth into because of the nature of having spent 5 years making content for their game. But just saying it, women look a whole lot better in Asian games. I'll agree with that. I'll agree with you. Abso-fucking-lutely. I think I've burned through all the... I'll do one more. I'm trying to get through, I've got to grind 15,000 of these points. I have enough currency to buy it, but I have to have 15,000 to unlock the expansive way. Yeah. When that reaches... Oh, when that reaches 50,000? Oh, well, fuck that then. It was 15,000 yesterday. 50,000? Oh, that's gonna take a while. Where did I get that armor? The cash shop. China knows what gamers want. You're right. China knows what gamers want. Absolutely. China also recognizes the blend between mobile games and PC games. And it's a... If mobile gaming now makes up 48 to 52% of all gaming expenditures, it makes no sense for a company to not figure out how they're going to tap into that market. Just like if I had been running marketing for Intrepid Studios when they decided that they were going to do this fool ass shit with we're going to create APOC and we're gonna song and dance around what it's for. Hey guys, we're making APOC. It's a twofold thing. Number one, we're practicing building a product. We're literally deploying a product because we're a new company and we got to get a lot of lessons learned about managing a product. Although we have people that have been part of teams that have managed products, we don't have people that have been team leaders running those products. So we want to take the opportunity to release a product and give our teams time to learn and grow. Number two, we want to fund the game with, you know, battle passes. Well, you said they made it Steam compatible a long time ago, so I think they... No. What they made Steam compatible was APOC a long time ago. Living in China after retirement would be a dream. I don't gotta pay no tariffs to make everything 90% cheaper. I'll be a king. You may want to do a whole lot more research on China there, my friend. Because you have, you have some misconceptions about China. Just saying. Just saying. China, like every other place, has a lot of good things about it. Has a lot of bad things about it. Why do I live in America? Because I really do enjoy and practice freedom of speech. People say to me, why didn't you move back to Ireland? Well, great question. One of the biggest answers being, ask people who live in England right now about their freedom of speech. People are like, oh, all these countries have freedom of speech. No, they don't. Man arrested in England for talking about bacon in front of a Muslim. The Muslim wasn't even part of the conversation. The quality of living will be a whole lot better than what you get. $1 million will get you in New York. Again, you need to do your research because that's not true. I'll give you an example. I studied in China for a semester. China, great cities, great technology, great advancements, train system, amazing. But when you're the far away from the cities out in the rural area, yeah, you have free medicine, but you wait in line and they tell you when you can go and get treatment. It's a give and take, like every other country. Now you say better than what $1 million will get you in New York. Maybe. If only our country had 50 states and a lot of places to live. So if you didn't like one particular place, you could roll your dice somewhere else. Go live in rural America. Find a town like mine in rural America. Doing a quick piece of math here. My daughter's finally in her apartment. And when I say exist, I literally mean exist. I don't mean have disposable income. I don't mean have niceties income. I don't mean any of that. I mean literally exist. You can exist in my town. If you have a passive income stream of $1,600 a month, you can live in my town. Literally, house, internet, utilities, and food. Now, if you're looking for stuff beyond those basic needs, then yeah, you're gonna need a bigger source of income. But you can live on $1,600 a month. So if you have a passive income stream of $1,600 a month, if you're a streamer, I live in a great place for somebody who's going to stream full time. $1,600 a month, that's not that hard to make as a content creator. I was making that as a content creator. Are those bees? Yes, those are bees. And every time you shoot a beehive, you get an oddity. And then the oddities allow you to unlock essentially bonus stats, extra abilities, improve abilities, things like that. Also, if you do enough of them, you can restore the bell. You can restore the bell that when you ring it, it weakens the mobs. It weakens the bosses. Maybe you should fire up the game. You should, and then you should join that guild. I don't think patents on medicine should exist for obvious reasons. I agree with you in some cases. I agree that if your medicine was funded by government research, then your company should be entitled. What spec is the guild? The casual one. Whatever the casual one is. Leisure, yeah. Can I build a small house at the guild hall? Yeah, go ahead. You need perms? What perms could you... You're the vice guild leader. Yeah, there's literally... You have guild construction. The idea of patents itself is fully against the free market. No, it's not. The idea of patents are absolutely nothing about the free market. I don't know. I haven't tried to build there yet. I'll add it to the list of looking in. When people say things like, this is against the idea of a free market, I'm not trying to be insensitive and I'm not trying to sound like a jackass, but if you make this statement, the idea of patents itself is fully against the free market, you don't understand the free market. You don't understand that the free market isn't a singular thing. We don't, there is no free market. There is no free market anywhere in America. We don't live in a free market, economy. We live in a government regulated and controlled, economy. Patents and government oversight isn't against the free market. Does the government tell you what you can and cannot sell? Yes, to an extent. Have we criminalized items? Yes, to an extent. But the reason why patents aren't against the idea of a free market is because so's the FDA, so's the USDA, so's the NTSB, so is air traffic control, so is the FAA. People like to say this thing is against free market, but then they don't realize if you lived in a free market, most people wouldn't be able to afford most things. You buy a car, you get the car ended up killing 50% of its drivers because of faulty brake lines. And the brake lines were faulty because the manufacturer used the cheapest possible item. And you're like, yeah, but the patents. Remember, the patent is simply a way to stop corporate espionage. You can't, like, when people say it stops development, then people don't understand what a patent is. A really good example of this is the Ben Affleck movie, Paycheck. you're shown a product and then you make an improvement on the product. That's great. Don't try to figure out how to make what I just made. Figure out how to take what I made and make the next improvement to it. A lot of people don't understand the economy. And so and it's great you have an opinion. But if your opinion is like, well, the way the economy is working right now is there's a lot of problems, and you know what, why don't you just say that you don't like the quality of life you have, and then ask a whole lot of questions about how we make it better. Because people that'll start to say, this is the problem, what you're trying to do is, in a vacuum, in a nutshell, boil all the problems down to one thing. Patents aren't a problem to the free market. Patents are a problem because they allow pharmacy, we'll use Big Pharma for example. We allow Big Pharma to make a really small, minute change to the formula and then prevents that market from becoming a generic formulary. That I agree with.
All I wanted was
inhalers,
the silver.
but here's the thing, there is competition. There already is competition. We don't need to do away with the patent system. What we need to do is we need to refine it so that after X number of years, you no longer have a patent. You've recouped your money. See, I think if the government funded your research, there's nothing wrong with the government funding research. Because remember, for every one drug a company brings to market, they probably had upwards of 9 other drugs they couldn't bring to market. They don't get FDA approval, they don't work, they have no efficacy. So they bring out this drug, and people are like, oh, well, they've made a record-setting $5.2 billion on that drug. Well, yeah, but they need to offset the R&D on the 9 drugs they didn't bring to market. Otherwise, they don't have any money to do any research. But when the government paid for the research, EpiPens, insulin, some other things, then you shouldn't need to use that product. EpiPens shouldn't be free. To tell people the truth, EpiPens should be about $35. If I have to give myself an injection every 2 weeks. And my injection total costs me $1. The injection itself costs about $700. And I have to draw it up from a vial into a syringe. They don't make my medicine in an auto injector. If they did, they would probably try to charge upwards of $1,300 or $1,400. I used to take a medicine, you can look it up, it's called Sumavell Dose Pro. It's a migraine med in an auto injector. It was $1,400 for 2 injections. I looked up the formulary once. The majority of the formulary was epinephrine. The majority of my migraine medication was just straight epinephrine. Well, guys, I understand the need for an EpiPen to be an auto injector so that somebody else can administer it. But epinephrine, just give it to me in a vial and a needle. I'll dose myself. Are you locked to one profession? You are not locked to one profession. You may pick both scholar and physician, but I'm going to show you where you're going to run into a problem. That's why I said EpiPens shouldn't be free. They should be about 25 bucks. Besides, ready? There needs to be some associated, to discourage the kind of dumbasses who will kill themselves quickly, instantly through repeated use of EpiPens. Good. Ready? Good. But think about a company gatekeeping a revolutionary cancer drug for $1 million, even when it's their own R&D. Right. Here's the thing. And I agree with you. But that company incurred cost to develop that drug. Okay? So this is where we have to balance. How do we balance? Because if there's no cost, like, let's not talk about drugs for a second. Let's lay the foundation a different way. I've been playing this game for 7 days. I haven't made any content about it. Why? Because I enjoy playing the game more than making content. I mean, I love making content, but I don't want to make content right now. And then I'll get back to you in a second. I don't make content because I don't need to make content. Because whether I could make $1 million in content creation this year, and it wouldn't improve my personal life at all, because I don't draw any money out of the company. As far as Suiza, the problem is this. If I want to upgrade my healing, I need 200 career notebooks. If I want to upgrade my scholar, I need 100 career notebooks. But I've already used career notebooks, taking scholar to 3. If you try to take all when the other professions come out, if you try to take them all up, there's a fixed amount of career notebooks you can get every week. There's a fixed number of NPCs on the map that will reward you with them, and then you can only buy so many a week from the store. As far as what you said, Faye, the dumbass who kills himself causes pain and suffering to survivors and costs to the community and family in disposing of the corpse. Right, but I would rather have dumbasses who, I would rather have dumbasses kill themselves in a one-time disposal fee of about 1,800 bucks than fucking people who die accidentally because they don't have access to an EpiPen. I would rather the dumbass, I don't think this is asking too much, but I would rather all the dumbasses just self-eliminate themselves. If you think you have a peanut allergy, but because your EpiPen is free, you can now eat peanuts. Guess what, man? I don't give a shit if you kill yourself with overexposure to epinephrine. I don't care. But I do care that a kid died because mom couldn't afford the EpiPen. Yes, I understand that my morals are bothersome to some people. I make no apology for them because I care more about I care more about the people who can't. What's the difference between free market and free market capitalism? Well, nothing. Because assuming you're basing your capitalism argument on currency transaction versus barter, but really, free market exists even in a barter system. I'll give you 6 fish for a loaf of bread. No, I really want 7 fish. Okay. Well, we're gonna run into a problem then. Like, I don't want to give it to you at that price. It's a free market. I can eat my fish. You can eat your bread. We can all be happy. Update available. Please exit the game. I assume it's going to keep doing that until I answer it. In a barter system, though, a person can make that 7 fish worth more or less. Here's the thing, ready? You can do that same thing in a capitalism society. But in a capitalism society, it requires everybody to do that. If everybody stops buying an overpriced if everybody stopped buying an overpriced item, then the price would go down. You can't necessarily make it worth more to me, though, because I don't like fish. Exactly. There's where the problem comes in. I think it's just too many people to organize. You're absolutely right. Yeah, the dude who shot one of the kids who broke into his house, the family of the slain teacher sued him, and the judge literally said, your son played adult games and he won adult prizes. I feel like this country has lost the fucking narrative in like a really big way. A healer would be nice, but I haven't been falsely accused in game yet, so I don't know how that would work. Well, if you're falsely accused, you can't defend yourself. So when you get falsely accused, you're gonna end up going to bounties. You're gonna end up posting a bounty, and you're gonna have you're gonna hire a lawyer, and they're gonna have to go defend you. So, but yeah, people need to recognize, and I want to transcend a society. I agree with what's being said, right? I think it would be great, fundamentally, if we did, if pharmaceutical, like, instead of pharmaceutical companies operating for profit, I think it would be great if pharmaceutical companies operated by the government. Not the government giving Harvard or Yale or some other third-party organization money to do the research. I think it would be great if we had our own research. And then we made the products. We'd no longer have a laissez-faire free market capitalist society, but we also wouldn't have a situation where people can't afford EpiPens and insulin and cancer drugs. Like, I'll give you a really big kick in the nuts. My uncle just died of cancer. My uncle died of cancer. He was on this pension. He was on Social Security, and his family still got a bill. Still got a fucking bill when you're on your pension, you're on Medicare, you're on Social Security, and when you're in an assisted living facility for more than X number of days, they start taking all of your Social Security. Because remember, your Social Security isn't for your family, your Social Security is for you. Come on, keep liking. There you go. Well, people should be able to die with dignity. I have another friend who's one of those people that's losing their health insurance, said to me, yeah, being poor is expensive. Should students receive student loan forgiveness if they work in that field, as I imagine their wages may not be amazing if their products cannot sell for much profit. Wolfagar, let me go a step further. I want to go a step further with what you said. There is no reason why the government isn't paying for people to go to college as chemists, doctors, medical researchers, and telling them, unless you're a total fuck up, you have a job lined up already. We've identified you. We would like you to come and work for the government for 10 years. We will pay for your undergraduate, your master's degree, your doctorate. We will give you a living wage and a stipend while you're in school because we don't want you working a part-time job. And when all that's said and done, you owe us 10 years. If you do 20 years, you'll have a government pension. Now think about this. From 18 to 27, you're in school. You're not accumulating student debt. They're paying for your housing and your food. You're going to get your doctorate. Then from 27 to 37, you owe them that. From 37 to 47, you could work another 10 years. And then retire, and then at 47 you could go into the private sector if you wanted. Hey, that sounds an awful lot like what we do with the military. And oh my god, it fucking works. Dusty, I saw your question, and the accusation system. This game has two types of healers. It has MMO healers. What you see me doing right now, that's MMO healing. I'm using a fan. I could also use the umbrella. That's MMO healing. The game also has the profession of doctor. Yeah, you have a path, which is healer. This should have been called physician. Or doctor. A lot of people are confused by that. Aren't supply and demand the main parts of our economy? Supply and demand are the main parts of every economy. No matter what type of economy. No matter what type of economy you're running, supply and demand is the cornerstone of it. For example, even if you're self-sufficient, even if you set up a commune, well, in a commune, they share everything. Why is supply and demand relevant? Five babies were born over the winter. Well, guys, it's going to be a lean year this year because we're not going to be able to slaughter one more of those cows because now our demand for milk has gone up. So one of those cows can't be slaughtered. So we're going to have a low meat year this year, and we're going to have a higher grain year. We're not going to be able to sell as much grain because we're 1 year backlogged. But in another year, we'll reach equilibrium again. Supply and demand. My question stands, how does being falsely accused relate to either the healer path or the profession? It doesn't. We don't have plenty of supply, that's the problem. False accusations are for the scholar. So people's injuries are for the doctor. False accusations are for the scholar. I think if you're not in Silver Needles, you are called a doctor. Nope. You're called a healer. But oddly enough, profession, healer, Silver Needle, status, physician. Right now, what I will say about the professions available The game is oversaturated with people. Yeah, it's a higher rank than entry, dude. Right now, the game is saturated. Lots of people are getting injuries. Lots of people are getting false accusations. I think as the other professions come out, it might smooth things over. But if you're trying to be a member of Silver Needles, you are going to suffer from not being able to find work. I'm incredibly fortunate. One of the nights that I played early into the, well, one of the nights that I played till about 4 in the morning, I got a lot of healing done. So I'm number 5 in my sect at my ranking. So if there's supply and demand in all economies, how is there not free market in all economies? Government regulation. You grow 1,000 acres of grain, yet you owe 300 acres of grain to Caesar. That's why it's not a free market. You're not free to put all your grain on the market. You have taxes. You have commitments. You have government oversight. You have government regulation. Why is it that all the airlines have to abide by regulations? Why can't they just fly whatever junk piece of shit plane? And that's why. Okay, I think I'm just about out of oddities to collect. Let's check. Still got some down there, maybe. Let's check here. No, you're absolutely wrong. Work bond feels like a good opportunity for someone who can't afford higher education, but also like slavery at time, it sacrifices your freedom, and most of the time your growth is stagnant in those careers. That's absolutely untrue. That's absolutely untrue. The government has it's really fucking hard to not make progress in the government. It's really fucking hard. Okay. How do you do? I snuck up on him. Me taking a break has sent the world into a frenzy again. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna let you figure out how to. Oh wait, did it work? I think it worked. Oh. It did work. Where is Dusty? He's in the southwest corner of the baths. Where the hell are the baths? I did all the turn-ins to the thing. I'm not seeing this guy. I'm in the guild hall. I can't. Oh, here he is. Let's see. A free market without a regulation ends up as a monopoly every time. You're right. The invisible hand doesn't exist. That in that regard, you are correct. And in fact, the natural outcome of an economy is that you will have a monopoly. As much as people don't like that. Like, for example, we've milked... Yes, you can become revered with NPCs. And you get gifts for doing so. Absolutely. This is why I think video games, MMOs, need to be covered by more people. And I'm not being funny, I genuinely do believe this. People need to understand economics, and a really good way for them to do so is through MMORPGs. At what point does it become not worthwhile to farm fire crystals? Well, it's not worth it to farm fire crystals because I can run, like, a really great example. Rail and I in Once Human. Where did that little shit go? He was like, I'm broke. And I was like, how are you broke? He's like, because the vendors haven't reset. And I said, shit, I haven't sold anything to the vendors in a long time. Because I run one particular dungeon and I make about $1 million an hour. And the NPCs only give you 250,000 a week. Well, that's a flaw with that's a flaw with the economy of the game. Too much money is coming in to the game. Just because your RNG dice are loaded as fuck. Well, that's an expenditure where I'm expending, but where I'm earning it, it's because I'm using a war crime. A problem in the real world is not everyone has access to that dungeon and there's better entry to get it. Here's the thing. The problem with the real world is the real world has a shitty tutorial that lasts for 18 levels. The graphics aren't good. There's no respawn and nobody has figured out how to make money yet. That's the issue with life. Life is a game. The odds are never in your favor. I get it. Yeah, and the dungeon is paywalled. But it's like the point somebody said about government jobs limit your promotability or your career. My nephew has gotten almost $2.5 million in training from the military. His medical school was paid for. He's a cardiothoracic surgeon. I'm 99% sure he's in line for lieutenant colonel already. Gonna be making over 100 grand a year. But if he was a doctor at a normal hospital, he'd be making $300,000 or $400,000 a year. If he was a surgeon, not a normal doctor. But if he was a surgeon, he'd be making $300,000 or $400,000. And you're not wrong. He would also be saddled in debt because he would have accumulated a fuck ton of medical school debt. In fact, he might not have been able to even afford to go to medical school with the amount he would have to leverage. Yeah, life is also risky. The MMO of life is terrible. The life MMO is awful. It's got Steam reviews of 1.5. The quality of the tutorial is based on how balanced your in-game mandatory 0 to 7 level mentor players have their skill points and whether or not they have any training at all in empathy or training. Yes, exactly. That's why life as an MMO kind of sucks. Your mandatory tutorial guild may or may not have any fucking skills related to helping you. All right, so I got the one thing I wanted. If there was debt in video games, oh, good luck. There is debt in some video games. Yeah, imagine at the start of the game owing years worth of gold. Ow. It would almost make you want to not play. But yeah, this game, so good. Try to keep it focused on the game. This game, absolutely so good. 80 hours. I will have 80 hours of playtime before the game is 7 days old, which is total insanity to me. Absolutely total insanity. The AI chatbot. The AI chatbot is kind of ruggish. It's kind of ruggish. Does the server weekend in a few hours? Are you fine with the universal basic income for people earn below a certain income and are employed? No. I'm not good with a universal basic income because a universal basic income inherently causes inflation, and that's where Bernie Sanders and all the other politicians that want to advance this idea of a universal basic income don't understand that in order to have a universal basic income, you also have to have massive government control and regulation on the cost of commodities, ensuring that they don't go up. What people don't understand is there's lagging indicators and there's leading indicators. Bananas in America have already risen in price by 8%, Walmart specifically, in response to a 10% tariff. It's been less than a year and Walmart's already price corrected. The problem here is if you have a universal basic income, I'm not against the idea of a universal basic income. I'm totally for the idea. What I'm against is people advocating for things that they don't understand and then getting mad when you tell them, look, I'm trying to make your life easier, but you want your life to be easy for you. And I hate to tell you, if you are above the age of 18, any changes we make to the system cannot help you. They can only help the future generations. And people don't want to hear that. People don't want to hear that they're just shit out of luck. And I get it. It's a bitter pill to swallow to be told you're just shit out of luck. But if we could make the world a better place for the future, I think that would be worth it. For example, people are like, well, if minimum wage was just raised. Well, what the hell happened in California? They raised the minimum wage and 3% of the fast food workers all lost their jobs. Universal basic income. Everybody should have a right to housing and food and clean water and medicine. I don't disagree with you. I agree. But it's like I said, my daughter's rent is $950 a month on a 3-bedroom apartment. Now, did I want to get my daughter a 3-bedroom apartment? No, I did not. Is this particular rental company the type of shady, shitty landlords that take a 2-bedroom layout, divide the 2 bedrooms into 3, and charge you more for 3 bedrooms because of how Illinois law works? Yes, they are. They are those people. But my daughter needed a place. We didn't have time to get her a place, so we got her the first place that said, come on in. Her utilities are about $150 a month. Her internet's $50 a month, and food for one person, arguably reasonably $400 a month. She can live. You mean out of buildable area? Not always. I'm talking about something very targeted. Inflation is caused when the demand is more than supply. No, you're wrong. And let me help you. If you give people more money, okay, supply and demand doesn't cause inflation. Inflation is caused when demand is more than supply. It usually stimulates the economy in areas where they live and have low demand but enough supply of goods and services. Right. But the piece you're forgetting is I have 5 workers at my store to meet the demand of the people in the area. When the demand goes up, I sell more product. I incur more cost because, number one, I had to give all of my 5 workers universal basic income, right? Now, number 2, because I went from having 500 customers a month to 1,500 customers a month, I now have to bring on 10 more employees. Thus, you have more money, I have more cost. Now my price goes up, but my supply remained the same. Price increase isn't caused just because the demand goes up. My costs went up. Out in California, they raised the universal basic income of fast food workers to $20 an hour. What did most French fast food restaurant franchises do? Cut back on staff. McDonald's, we no longer have 3 people dedicated to the front of the restaurant for order taking, tray cleaning, table wiping, assisting with drinks, for drive-through, what we did is we dropped that down to one person and we put in self-ordering kiosks. Now we're taking the soda machines out of the lobby to discourage people from eating in. Yeah, that's when it's cheaper to get McRobot. Can you give me words on the idea of setting the federal minimum wage at 105% of the poverty level by zip code? I can. What you have now is you've created 105% of the poverty level, which means every single year you're moving the poverty level to the right, which means every single year you're increasing the minimum wage, which is continuing to pull the poverty level with you. Everyone keeps looking at the problem of how do we give people more money? How do we put more money in the hands of the people? That's the wrong fucking answer. That will always be the wrong answer. The way you solve the problem is not putting more money into the hands of the people. You solve the problem by getting the boot off people's backs so prices can come down. Remember when we had little money but life was much cheaper, so it was okay? Because we were living inside of our means. I'll be right back. And the poverty level could... Yeah, when is the poverty level determined? Mild inflation is better than sudden deflation. I thought mild deflation is better than mild inflation. Mild deflation is better than mild inflation. But people can't... You're never going to fix the problem unless people can understand... unless people get taught basic economics. And so you listen to a lot of people arguing... and they're advocating for things that are just going to make the problem worse. Like, look at what happened with healthcare. Everybody and their brother supported Obamacare. Obamacare, at its core, is universally a bad idea. The idea of giving people healthcare isn't a bad idea. The idea of how you gave the people healthcare is the bad idea. You gave the people healthcare by trusting the insurance companies. Well, I'm sorry, that's an awful lot like trusting the fox with the keys to the henhouse. An experiment was actually done to test it out. They did direct cash transfers to poor neighborhood in Kenya. It worked as intended. Okay, no offense. Fuck off with Kenya. Kenya, there's a lot of things that would work in Kenya. Just like there's a lot of things that work in Sweden, Denmark, because of the oil reserves. There's a lot of things that work in countries of 6 million people. That doesn't mean they transfer to a country of 330 million people. Like, that's the shit that I'm talking about. How is giving healthcare bad? Because it raised the price of healthcare for everybody. Because you didn't give healthcare. That's the problem. Obamacare didn't give people healthcare. Obamacare gave insurance companies a shit ton of taxpayer money with the promise that they would provide healthcare. And yet, you gave everybody Obamacare, and yet people still can't see the doctor because they have $5,000 deductibles. Too high of a population could be seen as the root of the problem. You're absolutely right. We didn't expand services as we expanded population centers. Like, I get booed and jeered all the time. I think my small town is expanding too quickly. And I think my small town is expanding too quickly because we're building another 1,000 homes in this town, which could conceivably increase the number of students in the school district by 2,000 to 3,000 or more. And yet our schools are completely full. We've added 2 additions on. We've added 2 additions onto the middle school, and we still don't have enough room for all the kids. At the high school, there are kids that go to 0 hour so that they're out of the building so that there's enough room for all the kids. Now, only Milton Friedman argued that putting direct cash into people's hands causes inflation, and it's true in certain cases. But when you inject money into an area with poor people and low demand, this works the best. No, it doesn't. Stop. You're quoting Milton Friedman to me and you say only Milton Friedman argued. No, lots of people have argued this. If you give, what you're saying is you're trying to frame a morality argument. You're trying to frame a morality argument and you're trying to dress it up in the trappings of a economic argument. You can't do that. You cannot say I'm making an economic argument, but I'm making a morality argument. If you want to make a morality argument, cool. I'm not against helping people, but don't obfuscate the idea of, well, only Milton Friedman said, yeah, if you give people money, it changes the financial ecosystem of the area. On a large scale, on a small scale, it absolutely changes the ecosystem. Now, so what if everyone gets healthcare? It crushes your economy. If everybody gets healthcare, it crushes the fuck out of your economy. As you're seeing right now. If you tax me, so I pay for me to go to the doctor, and you tax me for you to go to the doctor, now the doctor has 1 appointment, but there's 2 people that need to see that doctor, and I don't get the appointment, yet I paid for that person to go to the doctor. If you don't see the problem there, you can't be in the discussion. It's not about taking care of everybody. It's about, Obamacare was about putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. How are we going to fix this? Well, what do you mean? How are we going to fix what is wrong with healthcare? We're going to understand that this is going to be a 25, 30 year problem to fix. And so what we're going to do is we're not going to freak out. We're going to start giving scholarships for kids to go to college to become doctors. You can't solve a healthcare crisis with a law that gives insurance companies money, because the insurance companies sure as shit don't put the money back into the hospital. Not everything can be fixed by throwing money at it. You're right. You're not everything can be fixed by throwing money at it. If you throw money at it in the right way. This isn't morality, it's fact. It's one of the largest case studies done on scientists to test if direct... First of all, stop, motherfucker. Stop. You just said by scientists. You're making shit up now. Scientists don't do case studies on fucking economics. All right? Stop. You are insufferable because you're literally saying... You're quoting shit you don't understand. Go bother somebody else with that bullshit if that's what you want to do. Scientists, economists. You don't understand the shit thoroughly. So stop fucking quote munching. You are fucking cherry picking quotes. It's Kenya. Kenya does not have the fucking evolved economy that America has. That England has, France, Portugal, Spain. Okay? What you're saying is they did a study. The population of Kenya is 57 million. The population of Kenya is less than a seventh of America. Yes, if America's population was 57 million, we could fucking solve a lot of our problems. Putting money, I could fix the problems in the Republic of Ireland with a hell of a lot less money than I could fix the problems of the United Kingdom. Because it's a hell of a lot smaller of a problem by grand scale. Putting money at a problem creates a problem. They had inflation. Don't say they didn't have inflation, because they did. Unless they did both ends of it. We're going to sell you a 40-ounce bottle of water. Here's the thing. We're going to give you $2 should you decide to buy 40 ounces of water. But then the store owner is going to say to the government, you owe me $1 because I sold a 40-ounce bottle of water for $2, but I need that $1 from you. Now, that $1 doesn't have to necessarily be a straight dollar that the U.S. government gives to me as the store owner. It could be a $1 tax credit. Hey, my tax liability this year is going to be $10 million, but every time I sell 40 ounces of water, I'll log it. Here's all my business records. And every time I do that, I owe $1 less in taxes. But the problem with that is, if I don't pay that tax money, now when you try to do all these other programs, you're continuing to run in a deficit. If it comes from the government, it has a cost. It doesn't mean it works if it's subsidized with taxpayer money. Now, are there a few countries on the planet that are able to subsidize their countries, their economies, because of things like oil? Yeah, there are. They totally didn't. You're speaking out of thin air. Increasing demand where supply is less won't cause inflation. It does cause... Oh my God. This is why I can't handle fucking people. I literally can't. I cannot handle people that don't understand this. I'm going to map it out for you because you're looking at one piece of it. I have a store. It's just me. I'm the only one that works there. I sell a bottle of water for $2. My cost is $1, right? So my cost, all of my costs, the bottle, the store, the electricity, whatever, I have to sell this bottle of water for $2 to make a profit. Now, if the supply remains 100 and the demand remains 100, no change to price. If the supply remains 100 and the demand goes to 200, the price goes to $4. That's called inflation. That's right there. That's called inflation. Now, the piece you said is increasing demand where supply is less won't cause inflation. But the supply isn't less. The supply isn't less. The supply is either fixed or high. Here's the supply is 100, demand is 10. So increasing demand from 10 to 50 won't cause inflation. Sure, yes it will, and I'll show you why. Because you're only looking at one piece. So I'll take your numbers. Supply is 100. Demand is currently 10. Okay? And you're saying increasing the demand to 50 won't cause inflation. All right. Supply is 100, which is a bullshit number. I would never buy 100 units of inventory if my demand is only 10. But I'll show you in your fictitious bullshit numbers why your change still causes inflation. Demand is 10. Me, as a worker, I construct pylons because I can handle a demand of about 14. I'm one worker. I can handle a demand of 14. You've now, and my price is, here's my $1 cost bottle of water. I sell it for $2, and this covers all of my costs. Now, you want to make the demand 50. The problem when you do that is you've changed my ability. I now need 4 workers. I need 3 more workers because somebody has to handle the new demand. People have to restock the shelves. People have to receive the deliveries, even though we're only, in your fictitious example, we're going to deplete half of our supply, but we're always going to keep the supply at 100. When I only had a demand of 10, but I had 14 units of labor, one of those units of labor was opening and closing the store for the day. One of those units of labor was placing the order for resupply. One of those units of labor went to receiving the supply. And one of those units of labor went to putting it on the, you just stimulated the economy by giving more jobs. No, I didn't. Shut the fuck up. You're jumping ahead and you're not listening. You're not interested in listening. You're interested in being right. The problem is this. I need 36 more units of labor to meet the new demand. So now here's the fucking problem. My $1 to $2 doesn't cover the other fucking units of labor that are needed. So now my $1 has to become $5. That's called fucking inflation. Now, the problem is at $5, I probably can't sell the product. So what happens? I cannot meet the demand. So I have to bring my cost back to $4. And this person never got a job. So now I only have me and 2 people, right? So now I have 14 units of labor and I times that by 3. Now I have 42. I only have 42 units of providing. Also, because of how units of labor works, I'm going to say that between the 3 of us, we can only sell 39 items. At 39 items, I can sell the item at $4 and people will buy it at $4. But you said the demand was 50. But I can only provide 42 because I can't price the item accordingly to cover my costs of another worker that brings on 14 more units of labor. So I get caught in a cyclical. There's enough demand. So I raise the price a little bit. The little bit of price allows me to hire a part-time worker. But then as I have that part-time worker and the demand doesn't go up, my profit doesn't meet. So I have to fire the worker, which means demand goes above supply because you keep looking at supply as one fixed tangible number. There's 100 of these. There's 100 of these. Okay? But that doesn't mean I can supply 100 of them at that cost. I incur a cost to sell it to you. That's the piece you're like, oh, well, this study and this. Yeah, it's great. You're like, they stimulated the economy by giving more jobs. Okay, so what happens now? These 2 people have jobs. And they have what? They have money. So what happens? They put a pull on demand on every other service. No, not going to slow down because you don't understand this. And you're trying to jump ahead. You didn't even listen to this explanation, and now I'm getting. You say it's if you create more jobs, you create more produce. No, you don't. You absolutely do not. You create more Walmart jobs in America. Did you create more factory jobs in America? No, you did not. You created more factory jobs in another country that doesn't benefit you. Walmart doesn't create American jobs, so you've got two economies. You've got the American economy, and then you've got the joint economy of America and China. You created demand here. You created jobs here. So do me a favor, man. I teach this shit. Don't come in here and start telling me, oh, your explanation is thin. You don't understand the basics. You hire 5 barbers, you increase the customers you can cater to. No, it doesn't work that way. Business doesn't work that way. I can't suddenly open a barber shop and have 5 barbers. I mean, I can, but let's say I'm paying each barber $50,000 a year. I have to have $250,000 of money in an area that I have, because remember, I want, as the business owner, I'm gonna pay 5 barbers $50,000 a year because I want good barbers. They had to go to cosmetology school or barber school. I think it's still cosmetology school for them, right? If I want to provide other services, my workers have to be trained to provide those services. What you're doing is you're picking and choosing, but you're like, supply is only that I have 100 of these. That's only part of the supply. The other part is, can I supply it? Hey man, I just want to let you know your delivery's here, but I'm short-staffed today. Your shit's stuck on the truck. I can't even unload the truck today. I have the supply. It's on my property, but I can't supply it. Now, if you want to learn, ask questions, but you clearly you want to understand the minimum piece that you understand to argue with people. And you need to fucking stop, because you literally said you generate more money, you generate more profits. No, you don't even understand where profit comes from. Just because I sell more doesn't 100, but there are 100 customers who want a haircut in a day, but you can only give out 50 haircuts. So you hire another guy to meet the 100. Bullshit. Stop. I'm not even going to entertain you. I want you to look at your bullshit example. And this is why talking to people like you is futile. Look at what you just said. There's 100 customers in a day, but you can only give out 50 haircuts. So you hire another guy to do 50, and you generate more money. Some part of it goes as labor. Except if I can do 50 haircuts in a day, I could do 5 more and not do other tasks. What you're saying is you're creating bullshit numbers. Who the fuck does 50 haircuts in a day? Also, yeah, I have to pay that fucker. Where did the extra money come from? You're like, what you're saying is, I have a barber shop and I have a barber shop. And even though there's space in it, we'll say there's space in it for 4 stations. I have 1 station set up. I have a line of 100 people out the door, and you say, well, the answer is simple. Let me just hire another guy and we can take care of the other 50. Who pays for the barber chair? Who pays for the chair? Who pays for the mirror? Who pays for the shears? Who pays for the scissors? Now, barbers, some of those people bring their own shears, scissors, combs, but I have to buy them the disinfectant. What if they aren't working for pay, though? Fuck off. I'm not interested in dealing with you right now. We're literally doing an example where we're talking about an economy, and you're literally like, what if they aren't working for pay? Who the fuck goes to work without getting paid? Oh, you mean they're an apprentice from cosmetology school or barber school? So I can no longer do 50 haircuts a day. I can only do 40 because I got to watch this person out the corner of my eye while they do theirs. Oh, that makes sense. The problem is what you're doing is you're bringing up a bunch of bullshit. And you're not factoring in, you're like, well, this study in Kenya says, you're right, a study in Kenya says, Kenya, which has a population 1/7 of the United States, that doesn't have an established capitalism economy that's got 250 plus years on it. You're talking about a war-torn country. Where are those supplies coming from? Where do they have a fully operational supply chain? No. You don't want to take into account all of the things that hurt your example. That's cool, but I'm not interested in having a conversation with somebody who wants to make a disingenuous argument. Make a genuine argument. Make a genuine argument. If there is a demand, it takes time to build up supply. You have to be able to supply the good. Otherwise, they say that there's more home buyers in America than there are homes. Well, then why didn't somebody just snap their fucking fingers and build all the homes? Because it takes time. Because we have a supply chain management problem. Remember back during COVID, where for some odd reason, lumberjacks were told they couldn't go to work? Do you agree that when you have demand that isn't met, you try to expand your working capital and labor to meet it? No, I don't agree with that. I agree you might do that. Remember, every expansion is a potential point of failure. Remember, recouping your money isn't done in the short term. For example, Mexican restaurant that I go to, they had about 70 feet on the side of their building. They just built a beautiful extension on the building. They put in another 20 tables. Here's the problem. I've gone there during a rush, okay? And they're not full. They're not full, yet they added in more tables. More tables means more waitresses. More tables means bigger kitchen staff. It's great that you expanded, but you don't recover that money in 1 month. Universal Studios down in Florida, they spent $8.8 billion building a new theme park. How long is it going to take them to recoup all of that money? Unmet demand demands a demand analysis, not an automatic analysis. You're right. Expansion will eventually be with contraction. Expansion always comes with risk. Right, exactly. Is it worth it to me? Is it worth it for me to expand? I talked to several fast food companies. I was going to franchise a couple of fast food places in my town. Unfortunately, when we ran the numbers, it didn't look like it was a smart play. It didn't look like it was a smart play. I thought it was a smart play. I still think it's a smart play. You never recoup all your money in a fucking month. There's a breaking point for every business. Right. But if you understand that, why would you say if there's unmet demand, you automatically think about expanding? Which one is cheaper? Expanding your business to meet the new demand, or understanding that a second business moving in will create healthy competition? It's case by case. Opening up an expansion doesn't necessarily mean that we're gonna have that it. Oh, damn it. He went into the rock, but he didn't break the rock. But it will yield a lot of returns when the business becomes profitable. Cool. Let me help you out with that. Okay. Let me help you out. You expand your bar because there's 100 people that want to drink, or there's 100 people that want to drink every night, and you can only serve 60 of them. So you expand your bar, and you're really busy. But then I open a bar for 35 people right down the road, and now you never recoup your money because I was able to open a small operation that bled off the extra, the surplus. So now what? Now you're fucked. Let me sidebar by saying breaking rocks by throwing a bear is an amazing idea. Right. And every time Frund comes in here, I'm abusing an animal of some sort. Look, I get it. I get it. Understanding economics is difficult. I do get it. But when you take this very simplistic view of let's just give people more money, great, give people more money. We've been doing that for years. Tell me this. We've been giving people more money for years. We've raised the minimum wage in a lot of states. We've been giving people more money for years. But why do prices always go up? Prices go up because of corporate greed. Prices go up because when I have to pay all of my employees the new minimum wage, I have to raise the prices in order to pay them that new minimum wage. Well, the companies don't have to raise the prices. They could just take less of a profit. You're right. They could. Except who owns all these companies? Who actually owns all these companies? The public does. That's the other bitter pill. If there's an increase in demand, yes, it will yield profits as you expect. Every business has risk, and I can create infinite hypothetical scenarios to see business fail, but in an ideal scenario, you make more money. No, not in the ideal scenario. In one of the scenarios. In one of the scenarios, you make more money. And that's the problem. In one of the scenarios, you will make more money. See, you're putting the word ideal. That's the wrong word. It's not about the word ideal. It's about the risk versus the reward. Is there risk in it? Yes. Is there reward? Yes. Why is it 20% of small businesses fail in their first year? 20% of small businesses, of new businesses, fail in their first year. 20%. Not all of them fail because of incompetence. A lot do. A lot absolutely do. Some fail because of shit like COVID happens. But you looked at it and there was a demand. You looked at it. That's why I say to everybody going to start a business, you need three things. The three things you need when you're going to start a business. Number one, you need a lawyer. Number two, you need an accountant. And number three, you need a marketeer. And I would recommend paying the marketeer out of pocket before you ever do anything else. I have this really great idea and it's going to, I got bad news for you. Talk to the marketeer first, because everybody thinks their idea is a great idea. Everybody thinks their idea is a great idea. Are there people that wake up in the morning and that say, I have a really shitty idea. I want to try to get rich or die trying with this really shitty idea? No. Everybody thinks their idea is a good idea. But the problem is, price comes down to supply and demand. Success doesn't. You gave Kenya a bunch of money. Where'd the money come from? I didn't read the study. Where'd the money come from? Who gave him the money? You opened a gym in 2019 and then COVID happened and completely wrecked us. We made mistakes, but COVID was a death blow. Right. I also would have told you this if you had talked to me in 2019. You know what I would have told you? Shouldn't open a gym. Why? Because a gym is something really, really good to open to have open in about November, October, September. Really market the shit out of it. But what you want to do is not open a gym. You want to open a fitness program. People will join gyms all the time in January. And then what do? By February, if they remember, they cancel. It's just the way it is. Like 3 lanterns. A band-aid that has to be reapplied over and over and over isn't... You're right. And unfortunately, too many companies... Too many companies are trying to fix bullet holes with band-aids. And you can't do that. You reopened a solo studio doing personal training on my property and paid almost no added expense. It's great. There you go. See? There you go. Right idea. Lesson learned from the first time. That I applaud. You're a walking, talking testament of 20% of small businesses fail in the first year. And then you said, okay, well, I don't like quitting. What do I do with it? I don't like quitting, so what's my next step? How do I recover? What's next? But economics is complex. And everybody wants to say, well, this study shows, yeah, the study out of Seattle says raising the price of raising minimum wage to $15 an hour doesn't inherently cause inflation. And I can't argue with it because they're not wrong. That study does in fact show that. The problem is that study from the word go was flawed. That study from the word go said this study does not take into account childcare costs. Well, childcare costs are a frontline first tier pass on. Childcare costs, you raise the minimum wage from $12 an hour to $15 an hour. You are going to instantly have an increase in your cost of doing business. Without a doubt. See, this is what kills me about people. People want to... You need to fit the facts. I'm sorry. You need to change your narrative to fit the facts. You don't take unrelated facts and say, I have this fact and it proves my version of events. It worked in Kenya. Yeah? How much of Kenya's economy is propped up by foreign aid? I'll throw one for you. Kenya doesn't get any more foreign aid. Does their system work? No. Easy peasy. If it doesn't work without foreign investment, it needs to be domestic. Do I want, and now back to the question of, do I want all Americans to have health care? Yes, I do. But I don't want all Americans to have health care today. If I could snap my fingers, if I was Q, and I could snap my fingers and make it happen, of course I would. If I could give every American health care today, I would do it in a heartbeat. But it's not feasible. And the reason why it's not feasible is we simply do not have enough doctors to give every American health care. If you gave every American free health care, every American would want a physical. And you would watch the system fucking collapse. You would watch the system collapse over fucking night. It's kind of like this. We live in a country that doesn't even have enough judges to oversee all the prosecutions of all the crimes. And a judge doesn't need to go to medical school. Well, a judge needs to go to law school. Not always. So what about when you get paid more the faster you do a job? Wouldn't hiring more people get more pay? No, because when you hire more people, you don't do a job faster. Again, that's another one of those beliefs that I'm sorry that people have when they don't understand how life works. I need a baby tomorrow. I'm sorry, I need a baby next month. That doesn't mean I can knock up 9 women this month and get a baby next month. It doesn't work like that. There are some things that have a lead time. Having more employees doesn't necessarily always mean that you're going to get things done faster. And people get caught up on that. If you created another bar in front of me, it will only incentivize me to improve the quality of my product. Okay. If your point here is that my expansion will fail because my new competition doesn't make sense. It does make sense. My business depends on how I perform. Technically, any business will fail in a relatively free market if they don't make a good product irrelevant of the fact that there's lower high demand. No, I'm sorry, you're fucking wrong. Because what you have to realize is you expanded with the idea that you would capitalize on 100% of the demand. Because of the scenarios, you keep thinking in these balls to the wall absolute scenarios. And I'm sorry, but life doesn't work like that. Sometimes you have to recognize it doesn't make sense to expand. No, let me stop you. You're a fucking moron. Look at what you just said. If your product is amazing, you will capitalize on 100% of the demand. Then why do we have Nike and Reebok? Why do we have Ray-Ban and Oakley? Why do we have Coke and Pepsi? Why do we have McDonald's and Burger King? Why do we have Disney World and Universal Studios and Cedar Point and Six Flags and SeaWorld? That's the fucking problem. You believe that if your product is amazing, you will capitalize on 100% of the demand. But you can't make a product that satisfies every fucking customer. Why do we have Nvidia and AMD? Why do we have Razer and Logitech? Answer any one of those. And you can't. You can't. Because you will never, ever, ever, ever have any fucking product that meets 100% of the demand. Why did Southwest Airlines survive as an airline for so long? Because they had a radical different way of doing things. What I don't understand. That's okay. You simply don't want to understand. I'll be able to capitalize on 100% of the demand. How? Because the only way you can capitalize on 100% of the demand is if you can provide 100% of the people what they want 100% of the time. I want Texas Roadhouse for lunch. Can I go get Texas Roadhouse for lunch? No, I cannot. Why can't I go get Texas Roadhouse for lunch? Because they're not open for lunch. I want a steak for lunch. I'm not waiting till 4 to go to Texas Roadhouse when they open. I can go to Drake's. I can go to Outback. I can go to Longhorn. I can go and get it myself. There's a lot of products that do. There's 0 products that do. 0. None. 0. There are 0 fucking products that meet 100% of the demand. Name one. Name one. Name one product. It depends on your product, but that's essentially what a patent is for. That's not what a patent is for, you dumbass. You need to stop talking because you're borderline fucking F73. Go look it up in the ICD-11 if you don't know what the F73 diagnosis is. A patent just means other people can't steal your ideas. A patent is you can't have an employee that worked for Stanley mugs come work for me and say, hey, Jay, I know how to make Stanley mugs. Well, let's make Stanley mugs. Because there's a patent on them. Now, that doesn't mean I can't hire their engineer, their mug design engineer, and do something different. Which patent has 100% monopoly? This is the problem with arguing with dumb fucking trucks. Which patent has a 100% monopoly? And Rad Dude said there's a lot of products that do. Rad Dude is now feverishly Googling. We have different fucking brands of bottled water, for fuck's sake. No one can sell the same product as I sell. Yes, they can. You don't even know what a patent is then. Yes, the fuck they can sell the same product. They just have to manufacture the product differently than you do. So you don't even understand what patents are. Nvidia sells video cards. They have patents on their technology. AMD sells video cards. They have patents on their technologies. Does Nvidia have 100% market share? No, the fuck they do not. Why not? According to you, they should. So explain that. Don't jump to another topic now. I'm going to put your feet to the fire. You said having a patent means you'll have 100% of the demand. Why didn't Nvidia never have 100%? And now why does Intel make graphics cards? So why are there 3-4 different graphics cards manufacturers? In fact, why are there multiple manufacturers of the same graphics cards? I thought, according to you, if you have a patent, you have 100% of the market. What happened to that? See, that, folks, the reason why I allow people to stay on this channel is so that people can walk through the holy fuck people don't know what they're talking about. We've gone from bars, which you can't have a patent on anyway. You can have a trademark. You can have a copyright. 100% of the demand for a specific kind of product you can't. If they are changing the product, it's not yours anymore. Okay, so what you're saying is, I want you to hear what you're saying. Nvidia has a 100% market share of people who want Nvidia graphics cards. That's an awesome argument. It's dumb as fuck, but that's a great argument. Yes, 100% of people, 100% of people that want Nvidia graphics cards must buy their graphics cards from Nvidia. You are absolutely correct. Folks, this is why you can lead the horse to water. You can hold its head under the water, but you can't make it swallow. Because literally people think they understand the first fucking piece of economics, and then they keep going down. That's not what patents are for. If I have a patent on a critical component over which its function depends, then others can't replicate it. Yes, the fuck they can. Yes, the motherfuck they can. They abso-fucking-lutely can. What they can't do is steal your way of doing it. If they can prove they created the solution with no knowledge of your solution, they absolutely the fuck can. I'm gonna read the fucking definition of a patent because this person doesn't get it. A patent is a legal right granted by the government to an inventor that gives them exclusive rights to an invention for a set period, preventing others from making, using, or selling it without permission. To get a patent, an invention must be new, useful, and non-obvious. There are three main types of patents: utility, design, and plant. A patent protects a new invention from being copied by others. It gives them an exclusive right from making, using, selling, or importing the invention. Patents are a form of intellectual property that can be a valuable asset. The problem is your belief is that nobody else can make the same product. If that was true, we'd have all monopolies. What it means is that I can't make the exact thing you're making. I can make a similar product. I can't make an exact replica. I can't take your graphics card, buy one, take it apart, and then completely copy it. I can't hire one of your former engineers who knows how to make it and have them give it to me. But your belief system about what patents do is ass backwards. We have monopolies, but is there only one operating system for computers? Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's more than one operating system, right? Now, there's one really good mainstream one, but even Windows doesn't have a 100% monopoly. 100%. Is Windows on 100% of personal computers? No, they are not. This is where, man, I don't know what the fuck to tell you, but you need to go read a lot more fucking books. You need to go get way fucking smarter. You don't even understand the basics of economics, and you piss me off because you're obstinate and you don't want to understand. If it was how you say it is, there'd be no competition in businesses. I can diffuse every argument you make in less than 10 seconds. If my product is superior, people will only come to me. Sure. So you have to be able to cater to 100% of the clientele 100% of the time. Well, how do you do that? The answer is you don't. You don't aim to. I had a bar. One of the bars had a maximum occupancy of 125. I didn't seek to be bigger than that. I didn't seek to be bigger than that. What I said to myself was, how do I keep the bar full all the time? Because not everybody is going to come to the bar every single day. I'm in a town of 8,000 people. Okay. Do I have 8,000 chairs in my bar? No. But I'd have to. I have 8,000 people in my town. Well, they're not all of drinking age. Okay, cool. Then we can drop the number of seats we need down by that many. But some of them are at work. Oh yeah, that's true. Cops are on shift, nurses, firefighters. So they don't need to be able to be sat. But what if that person has a day off? I don't have a seat for him. That's okay. Because other bars are going to serve them. It's Thursday night. It's football. Oh, well, I better make sure that I'm ready for Thursday night football. It's Tuesday night. It's a slow night. That's okay. Wasn't expecting to make a lot of money today. You can make it, but if I have a patent on a critical function, think about it. There's a random gadget that can only be powered by a certain way, and I have a patent on the only way it can be powered by. There isn't a way. How will they replicate it? Ready? Simply, I replicate it, and then when you sue me for patent, I countersue you for monopoly. In fact, I don't even countersue you for monopoly. I get the government to countersue you that you've established a monopoly. Now what? But I love this. I love your idea. I told you it would take me less than 10 seconds. But you're like, I created this super secret function that there's a random gadget that can only be powered a certain way, and I have a patent on the only way it can be powered by. Bullshit. It can be powered by any way. Because in order for you to have made it, you didn't create. What'd you make? The gadget or the power supply? Look at your fucking insanity in order to create your example. Your example now rests upon you created a critical thing, which you couldn't name one, and you created a gadget that did it, but you couldn't explain it, and it has a proprietary power supply. But I got bad news for you. As an electrical engineer, which I am, I can power this with a wall outlet. Oh shit, I don't have a brick in here. I don't need to go get the brick. Yeah, I can power a phone with a fucking potato. So, you got to get out of this thought process of what patents do. Of what that there's a patent on everything and it gives you 100%. Like, here's a great one, right? You create a cancer drug and it cures cancer. Okay. Who's your market? All cancer patients? No. All cancer patients with that type of cancer. Which is great. I'm glad you cured cancer. But who's your market? All cancer patients. Oh, so you're gonna make the drug free? Oh, so now it's all cancer patients that can afford the drug. Oh. And guess what? You might be the best treatment available, but that doesn't mean that there's not 5 other companies with drugs in testing. So you get your little bite of the market for your little bit of time. And then the next thing comes out. And then the next thing comes out. You're allergic to that treatment. Exactly. So now in this fantasy reality, your product doesn't meet 100% of the customers. It meets 99.999% of the customers. And now I know the counter argument will be, well, you're saying my product isn't perfect. You're right, I am. That's exactly what I'm doing. Because nobody can create a product that is satisfactory 100% of the time. Star Trek, transporters. Seems like a product. Seems like he's just rage baiting me. Yeah, it's highly probable. Transporters. Seems like it's a product that everybody would want to use. Except Bones in the Next Generation. He didn't allow himself to be transported. Trill can't use them if they're implanted with the symbiote. Ro Laren didn't use one in Picard. She had her own reasons. See, this idea that you're going to create a product that's 100%, that's going to meet 100% of the market is just fucking Delulu fantasy. It's a fucking desperate plea because you don't understand. So what you're trying to do is, okay, I'll give an example. There's a Google rank page algorithm. It can't be replicated by anyone. So you have a monopoly on it. There's no competition that will beat you until they figure out an alternative algorithm that's better than mine. Okay, but you don't have 100% of the internet traffic, so your example already failed. Bing, Yahoo, DuckDuckGoose, Edge, congratulations. Oh no, Edge is Bing's. So congratulations. What you've done is, you still don't have 100% of the market. You still can't give me an example where anything you build gets 100% of the market. Also, there's a Google PageRank algorithm. It can't be replicated by anyone. Except, ready? I got bad news for you. I can just pay Google to put my company at the top of the list. So your own, see, here's the thing, man. Here's how I can tell you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even have any good concrete examples developed. What you're doing is you're frustrated, and this is fine. It's perfectly fine. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this. You're frustrated by somebody who knows this infinitely better than you do. Okay? You're frustrated because not only have I taught it, I've lived it. I've retired from it. Making money is something I'm very good at. I advise lots of business owners. Lots of people in this community run their business ideas past me, and they'll tell you, I don't sugarcoat it. I tell them outright, this is a bad idea. This is a shit idea. I'm gonna need some more words on this idea. You're so far off your original point now because you can't make your original point, so you've gone down like 10 side rabbit holes. And that's fine if that's what you want to do. But every time you shift and you go down a rabbit hole, it means you lost the argument. You lost the money argument over an hour ago. You lost the money argument. So unless you come up with something really good and really fresh now, I'm gonna go back to playing video games because I don't really want to teach somebody economics who has no interest in learning economics. Now, if you're interested in learning where all your mistakes are, cool, no problem. We can go over that. But it's like, I'm gonna tell you this flaw that you have. You're quoting authors to me. Okay, and? If you have to tell me Milton said, right? Friedman said, you don't really understand it for yourself. You're making an argument like I should default to what you're saying because you're echoing what somebody else said. Don't do that. Read it, incorporate it, paraphrase it. I yield my previous statement. You can get 100% of the market since there's a lot of reasons other than simple competition. There you go. Exactly. See, now you're getting it. It's never about getting 100% of the market. It will never be about getting 100% of the market. It will be about getting how much of the market can I get today? How much of the market can I get without expanding my costs? Now, I am at the most optimal. I can't take on even one more customer or I'm going to have to incur more costs. Okay? So I'm here. I am in utopia. Some companies stay here and thrive. Why don't you expand? Why don't you expand? Because expanding is more work than I want to do. I want to stand pat. It's not always about getting 100% or 20% or 18%. Now, I'll give you an example. If I could, in a way that would be palatable to my health and my life, expand my content creation to make PGN more money, I absolutely would. Because then I could pay moderators. I could pay a video editor. I could help people that need a temporary boost in life. I would send people to school to learn to be good at their job if I was able to pay them. Hey, look, man, I'll do you. This is what I'll do. Say I made Asmongold level money. I'd love to make Asmongold level money. I would do so much good with that level of money. Say I made Asmongold level money. I would say, here's the deal. I'm going to pay you a dollar amount. You figure out how much you need to live. You figure out how much you need a month to live. That's what I'm going to pay you, and I'm going to pay for you to go to school. These are the hours I'm going to be streaming, so you can't go to school during them if you're this job, but you could if you're that job. I think we only agree on whether people will choose to stay in equilibrium or actually expand over it. You can disagree with it. Not everybody will expand just because they can expand. Some will. But you can't program it in as a given. You can't program it in as a guarantee. For example, where I live, there are 2 McDonald's off the expressway. There's 2 McDonald's off the expressway. Unfortunately, the truck stop, when you get off, you take a left to go to the truck stop. And because you take a left to go to the truck stop, when you're coming out of the truck stop, you have 2 McDonald's within 5 miles. But if you take a right, people are more inclined to take a right when they come out of traffic than a left. Well, the 2 McDonald's, I know both the owners, and they both were open 24 hours a day to try to service the people that were on the expressway. But they both were drawing about half the customers. Now, I live in a small town. There is not a lot of activity here at night. The McDonald's owner in town was like, I'm just not going to be open past 11 o'clock on weekdays because there's no value to it. So he decided, if I don't stay open from midnight to 6 a.m., I can cut 3 people's labor by 6 hours. That overall hurt the economy. But the labor shifted to the other McDonald's. Now, they're not owned by the same guy. If they were owned by the same guy, that'd be a different story. Economics is complex. Economics is really complex. But where I'm going to tell you your failure point in life is going to be, you keep arguing these absolutes. In economics, there are very few absolutes. Very, very few absolutes in economics. You aren't going to be a billionaire without expanding. You're not going to be a billionaire even with expanding. You're talking about billionaires. You're talking about 0.1% of the scenarios. Who gives a shit about billionaires? And I mean that honestly. Who gives a shit? Number one, unless you are really, really lucky, you're Mark Zuckerberg or Bill Gates, who did it really on their own, and both of them share a common factor. They might not have necessarily been nice, polite people with how they did it. Okay, why does this have a dot? What is it? What is it telling me? I hate when it puts a dot and then it doesn't put the next dot. Like Elon Musk, everyone's like, oh, Elon Musk is a self-made man. No, he's not. His fucking father owns an emerald mine. Like, Elon Musk is not a self-made man. No. Does he work his ass off? Abso-fucking-lutely he does. And I'm not trying to take a single ounce away from him. But he's not a self-made man. Okay, I have no idea. Why do you want me in here? What are you trying to show me, game? I have no idea. You could have expanded and hired more crew and tapped another market, but for all that extra work, I would have made more, but not enough for me to want to take on all the extra work. Right. And absolutely. Sometimes, like, you can't put a quantitative value on somebody else's level of content. Oh. Okay. Oh. Entertainment. Oh, because I did that one. That's what you're trying to get my attention for. Just saying more work or more risk is the only path to being financially successful. No, it's not. You just used an absolute again. More work or more risk or both is the only path to being more financially successful. I'm going to ask you a straight up question. Do you have a job? I don't care what the job is. I just want to know, do you have a job? Do you work for somebody else? That's the only question I want answered. It's a yes or a no. It doesn't need qualifiers. Do you work for somebody else? Okay. Let me help you out with something then. Let me stop you. You need to stop using absolutes. You keep using the word only. You clearly do not understand any of the things you're preaching because you work for somebody else. I worked for somebody else for one reason and one reason only. To have lifelong health care for my family. That's the only reason. I haven't worked for somebody else for my life since I was about 18. You need to stop saying things like, is the only path to being financially successful. You work for somebody else. So what makes you an authority to say things like the only way? And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But if it was so easy as you're trying to make it out, then why aren't you big dick wallet? Do you have a business? I've sold all my businesses in the last year. I had apartments, single unit rentals, 3 bars, and partial owner of a restaurant. Among other things that I was a part owner in. I sold everything. I sold everything because I want to enjoy my retirement. I don't want to I don't want to keep getting up because I don't need more. I have everything I want. Now, sure. Could I have kept working and had even more money? Sure, I could have. But my health started to decline. The people that have been in my community for 7 years, my health started to decline. I wanted to start a DMCA free record label, which I did. I have 700 tracks on it. Was it crowdfunded or you put in your own capital? If so, did you earn your capital by working on your summon or a loan from a bank or an inherited asset? I earned my capital by being an independent contractor. So, yes, I kind of worked for somebody else, but I mostly started working for myself at about 16. I was an independent freelance writer for the college newspaper, which paid my scholarship. And then I would take my articles that I would write for the college paper and I would send them out to 3 or 4 regional newspapers, and then sometimes they'd pick them up, sometimes they wouldn't. But yeah, I took a loan from a bank because I had a business plan that supported them giving me a loan. I had no inherited assets. Everything I've built without generational wealth. So yeah. Did I punch a 9-to-5 for a while? Yeah, at certain points in my life. Makes more sense to punch a 9-to-5. Makes more sense to punch a 9-to-5 for 7 weeks because they were paying $12 an hour and it was mindless work. Going to White Castles, flip hamburgers. I also got a job in fast food because I thought about maybe franchising a fast food business. Why did I not end up staying with a fast food idea? Because honestly, fuck that. In all honesty, fuck having a fast food place. Have your own fast food place. Have your own restaurant, bar, and grill. Sure. Don't get a fast food place from somebody else. Like McDonald's. Shit, McDonald's rakes you over the coals. Like, and people have to know this. But yeah. And here's the thing. I'm liquid. I have no debt. I can feed my family for 10 years. That's the win right there. Now, sure, granted, I just bought myself, I treated myself to a new set of headphones for my other PC because somebody mentioned that my collar was causing the Bluetooth garble, so I stopped using it. Sure, I wouldn't be able to go to Disney every year if things went sideways. I wouldn't be able to afford to go to Disney every year. But with that said, my goal in life was to never have my kids be hungry. Wow, man, I have cleared this whole map. What age did you retire? The first time I retired at 19. The second time I retired at 37. I don't even know which part of this map. Oh, let's go down. Let's go down here. Yep, living the American dream. I became a school teacher because I knew that being retired at 19 was going to be boring as fuck. I was actually going to go to law school to be basically a pro bono defense attorney. I had every intention of finishing law school and then basically being Murdoch from Daredevil, Matt Murdock, and helping people for whatever they could afford to pay is what I was going to charge them. By the way, did you know an interesting fact about Marvel? This is just a golly gee whiz thing. The reason why everybody's name is like Matt Murdock, Peter Parker, is because as Stan Lee started to get older, he started to struggle remembering his characters' names, like Scott Summers. He started to struggle with names, so he tried to give them all names that were first and last name with the same letter so that it would help him as a memory device. I thought that was kind of funny. Why are all these characters got the same name? Fucking, I'm old. Oh, there it is. All right, now that we've done Economics Rage 101, it's far more catchy, so it works well for brand recognition. I do agree with that, too. I like the one. I miss. I wish Marvel had not, like, I want Disney to do what DC is doing. I want them to just stop making MCU movies for like half a decade and reboot the entire series. Do I still invest time into growth? Yes, I read every day. I read absolutely every day. I'm reading Studs Terkel's Hard Times right now, and I'm reading John Locke's second treatise on government. That's a real fucking page turner, let me tell you. Ain't nothing like reading some, like, Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau. It you know, it gets the ladies all excited. That was another thing that kind of like was terrible for me. Like, I wasn't like Sheldon Cooper level smart, but I was in college at 16. Oh, I have the bell fragment. Don't forget this all up here too goes to the bell fragment. I wasn't Sheldon Cooper like genius level smart, but I was in college at 16. And it was really, really embarrassing because my classmates would get told, like my professors used it all the time to be like, how does a 16-year-old understand this stuff better than you? How did I retire at 19? I'll give you a great story. I worked for a marketing company as an independent contractor. I had made a contact when I was a writer. I made a contact. I got a job as a salesperson. And then I ended up getting promoted to the director of marketing for a company. We were an advertising firm. We worked with DDB Worldwide and Leo Burnett in Chicago. And we kept having Japanese clients. And I said, you know, we're doing business the wrong way here. We need to not do business with them the way they want to do business. We have to do business with them the way that's mutually beneficial. So I went to my boss, who was a commercial, a film commercial. He shoots, well, he did. I think he's retired now. He shot the food you see in commercials, like the Big Mac in the McDonald's commercials, or the food in like a Weight Watchers commercial. And then he shot everything, but the food was his big thing. I said, we need to stop with the drip. We need to go to the source. We need to go to Japan, and we need to take some meetings with their marketing companies over in Japan and stop being drip fed through the agency. Go VFR direct. And everybody told me the Japanese won't deal with you. The Japanese won't deal with you. And I said, well, wow, that's interesting. Somebody oopsed. That's the first bad looking graphic I've seen in the game, to be honest. I'm sure there's been other ones. But anyway, so I said to my boss, I said, here, I'll tell you what. You pay for my plane ticket and my hotel. And I'm gonna go to Japan, and I have a bunch of meetings set up. You pay for my plane ticket and my hotel. And I'll go over and I'll drum up the business. And my boss said to me, he's like, I'm not going to pay for your hotel. I'm not going to pay for your plane ticket because I think it's folly. I think it's a waste of time. I said, okay. Let's do it this way then. I'll pay for my own plane ticket. I'll pay for my own hotel. But if I sign a contract, I want my commission bumped from 3% to 10%. And my boss laughed at me, and he's like, no problem. He's like, absolutely no problem. If you sign any contracts, I'll give you 10%. And I went and I signed in one weekend, $10 million worth of contracts. And to my boss's honor and credit, he balked a little bit at paying me over $1 million. But I politely explained to him that The way the Japanese do business, so this is back in the 90s, I said, the way the Japanese do business, if you try to fuck me out of my commission, number one, they're going to pay me the commission direct, just so you have to be aware of that, because that's how they do business. Second of all, if you fuck me over, you will never do business with them again. They will not do business with you. And so he paid me my commission, and with everything I signed with them, and then the 3 or 4 bits of residual that came after breaking in there, signing off a couple of more deals. My mom then got cancer, and so I left the corporate world to take care of my mom, and that's how you do it. Now, do opportunities like that exist today? No, absolutely not, and I'll be the first to say that. Opportunities like that don't exist anymore. It's a different world now. I don't think it's impossible to make money now. I think the trick is you have to be hungrier now. I think there is a big difference between the modern culture and the one we're looking at. When we look hindsight, I think people want to say how much easier it was. Well, I want to remind people. It was easier to pay for most of your necessities back then. The older people in the chat will say this. We never worried about the cost of food. Like, we worried about there being food. Like, and that's something that you try to explain to young people today, and they kind of look at you weird. We didn't worry about whether or not we could afford the bread. We worried about when we got to the grocery store if there was any bread. But we also, I was born at the end of the transition. I don't know if Grumpy Old Man is here. He's one of the people I know was at a different stage of the transition. Remember, the idea of a supermarket wasn't new, but it also wasn't, it wasn't like it is today. Like, you go into a Kroger, and a Kroger is like a Jewel, a Deerberg's, I don't know all the names of all the brands of grocery stores, but you go in, and they have a full-fledged bakery there now. They have a full-fledged butcher shop, right? Back in the day, we didn't have that. Back in the day, you went to the grocery store, and yeah, they had bread, and they had some cakes. But they didn't have things on par with how we have them now. If that makes sense. Like, the other day, my wife oopsed the other day, and people are going to occasionally oops. My wife went into the grocery store and grabbed steaks. She didn't look at the price. And she ended up buying Black Angus filet mignon. Well, why the fuck is that shit even wrapped out there in where the common plebeians can grab it? That shit should be in the butcher shop. That shit should be at the counter. But now she learned to look at the prices. But so there was nothing out the next time she went in. there was nothing really caught her eye. So what she did is she just went up to the butcher counter and she said, I'm trying to pick up a steak for my husband. And the butcher's like, well, what does he like? He likes the New York strip. And what'd the butcher do? He's like, okay, 1 second. He went in the back and he cut it. He came back. Well, that's in my life. Growing up, I remember the bakery's name was Tuzik's. And Tuzik's was in the middle of the block. I forgot what was next to it. And then the butcher shop was there. I also don't know if they exist anymore, but like we had the Hostess outlet. The Hostess outlet was right up next to the Hostess store. Okay, liquid just means I don't have any debt. And I have no bills. That's what liquid means. It doesn't mean all my money is sitting. To give you an example, what I mean by liquid. If I needed $15,000 right now, I could walk into my bank right now and I could ask them, well, actually, I could ask for $24,000. I could walk into my bank right now and ask for $24,000 on a personal loan and they would give it to me. No questions asked. I don't need to get a mortgage. I don't need to get a car loan. I don't need to get any of that shit. I can just ask them for $24,000 and they'll give it to me. Because $24,000 is 10% of the equity that I have in that bank. So zero issue. Yes, I have things invested. And I'm more than happy to teach people on how you should be doing your spread. But people want to argue with me. People want to argue with me from the very beginning. And I'm like, what becomes not fun for me is this. If you want to argue with me from the very beginning about how to save money, like I have a video on my Jalan channel. If you go to youtube.com Jalan, I have a different channel for like life advice. I don't do videos often. I do videos when the spirit moves me. But I tell people all the time, you need to be able to live on, I used to say 40%. You need to be able to live on 50% of your money. Rent, utilities, food. You need to be able to live on 50% of your money. And then, from that, 20% goes to your goodies, but 30% goes into savings. And if you have to make a call between money going into savings this week and money going to goodies, like the new headphones I bought, if you're on a strict budget, I'm not saying live like a pauper, but I'm kind of saying hold the item in your hands and say, will this item bring me joy? And if the answer isn't yes, then do without it. Where I get frustrated with people is they're complaining about how bad life is, but they're complaining about how bad their life is while wearing $200 shoes, drinking a $7 coffee, posting on social media on their $1,300 phone. There you are. Right now I'm living on 15% of my wages and saving about 75. It's nice. I'll buy a house soon and it won't be so nice anymore. Well, Invis, here's why you're in a great spot. And think of it this way. You're going to buy a house. And yeah, that house is going to take up a chunk. But you're already used to living on little. So what you can do is you can back off a little, right? You can back off a little bit and you'll be used to living on less, and you can aggressively attack your mortgage for 3 to 4 years. And if you aggressively attack your mortgage for 3 to 4 years, you have no idea how many years on the back end that buys you down. Dude, here's the truth. Your bank doesn't hate you if you're paying back your mortgage faster. Your bank wants you to pay your mortgage back faster. Your bank already made the money that they wanted to make. I mean, yeah, sure. They want your interest money. I'm not trying to say they don't want your interest money. But they already made the money that they want to make by the underwriting fees. The lender already got paid a fuck ton of money on the static deal. The bank wants you to pay off your mortgage because what the bank really wants from you is they want you to have equity on the hope that you buy a new house and you have to pay the underwriting fees again. Then I'll do a HELOC and buy a new house. Yes. It is better in a lot of cases to do it that way. Just don't be like the people who take a HELOC against their primary residence to buy an investment property. Don't lie to the bank. Yeah, get one house paid for, buy a second one. But that's one of the things I say on my show, and it makes people mad. There's plenty of ways to make your life easy. There is absolutely plenty of ways to make your life easy. The trick comes in, you got to be willing to work for it. Yeah, unfortunately, I think the era of landlords is going away. And again, that's another thing when we talk about what would be better. Again, when people ask me like moral or political questions, I'm not against taking care of people. I'm against not teaching people how to take care of themselves. I want everybody to have housing, clothing, medicine, education. I want people to have education more than anything. So some of the things I say, people are like, well, it's easy for you to say because you're not hungry. And you're right. It is very easy for me to say some of the things I say because I don't have to worry about being hungry. But what I hope people understand is I am the way I am because I was hungry. I grew up poor. I grew up the youngest son of an Irish immigrant. I understand hunger. I get it. The reason why I don't want to give you a fish isn't because I don't want you to eat today. I don't want to give you a fish because if I give you a fish, then I have to give you a fish every day for the rest of your life. But I'm more than happy to teach you how to fish. But as the people who've been on the show for a long time, people have fragile sensibilities. We ate soup with eggs every lunch. Yeah? Been there. It sucks, don't it? I know 18,000 ways to make I am the fucking, I am the Bubba of potatoes. In Forrest Gump, where Bubba's going on about how you can make shrimp. Fuck. If you give me a bag of potatoes, I can feed you for a week. You'll never have the same potato dish twice. That's the Irish blood, man. I don't like being seen as arrogant. I always try to improve myself, but I try to balance what counts as advice and what's over assertion of someone's opinion over mine. In this scenario, I'm not totally convinced. Here's the thing, though. If you're not totally convinced, and I can tell you right away, if you're not totally convinced by my argument, that's one thing. But if you're not totally convinced by your own argument, then you've got a problem. The best advice I give people is this. If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it thoroughly. That doesn't mean that every solution has a simple answer. You just have to be able to explain it simply. Oh, the puppet guy. About to get beat up by a puppet. Go away, puppet. Round 2. That was an interesting mechanic. I've not seen something like that before. I'm sure somebody else has done it, but as far as the game, if you've been bored of looking for an MMO, this game is totally free. Absolutely totally free. You don't need to buy anything. I will attest 80 hours of content so far, and I've barely scratched the surface. Black Myth Wukong was game of the year. Or game of all time. I think it was pretty good. Dual blades are so cheap. Try that fight with tank weapon. Why would I want to use a tank weapon? Can I group up with a friend from start to finish? No. Your story, remember, let me take a quick break, then I'll answer your question, Magnus. Okay, so Magnus, here's where I think this game has done incredibly well. What they've done is they have solved for me what is the everyone's a hero problem. When I'm in solo mode, right? When I'm in solo mode, it's my story. Okay? It's my story. I don't see a lot of people running around going to the same NPC that's just asked me, like, that NPC says, I've got 5 moles in my garden. So I go kill 5 moles. The guy in front of me killed 5 moles. The guy behind me's like, motherfucker, you got a lot of fucking moles in your garden. Like, I don't know. Maybe fucking get a dog or something. But they've solved that problem. Because although you know there's only one story, when you go to the online mode where the other players are, they're not helping you with your story. So I really, really, really enjoy this. Rail came up with a good term, multi-mode online game. I really like... No, there's a full cash shop. There's a full cash shop. In fact, I'm gonna draw my... They gave because they screwed the pooch. They gave everybody 10 free premium draws. So let's see. I got an outfit. Rail's gonna kill me. Rail's gonna fucking shoot me. He's gonna fucking kill me, folks. He's going to fucking kill me. Fucking figures. You got a goddamn costume vase. No, some of these I've accumulated through playing. I mean, this one I bought. The one I wanted, I bought this one. The rest of these, This is the free one, right? Yeah, that's the free one that you get. That's another free one you get. That's the one I just drew. I need that to make the look complete, right? Preferably that one. Have I used the co-op pitch pot? I have not done the co-op pitch pot yet. Yeah, it's, in fact, it is like Once Human because it's published by NetEase. Yes, pitch pot is the drinking game. Also, the blue icon is your keyboard. So when you get the circle and then you get the blue keyboard icon, you got to use WASD to move that into the circle. And then if there's a blue circle, I think it's blue. It could be a different color because color blindness. I think it's blue though. And a circle, you have to WASD the keyboard one and the mouse into the other one. It's kind of rough. What else do I have to do? Well, I have a lot to do. So, I know a lot of people were upset about dailies in MMOs. And have you noticed that the people that ever come in and they say, I don't like dailies, and I say, well, what would you like? And they never have an answer. It's like, cool, man. I get it. You don't want dailies. I totally understand. I don't really want dailies either. But there's no other solution. Somebody was like, oh, I don't like the game because of all the checklist stuff I have to do. Okay, well, what the fuck else? What the fuck else do you want to do in a game? Like, if you don't want to wait for content. Yeah, I like to decide when I get to decide what my goals are. I agree with you. If you don't want to do all this side stuff, don't do it. Like this one. If you absolutely... Yeah, sandbox mentality is awesome. Sandbox... And this is not a sandbox. This is not a sandbox. It's got... It's... Well... So far, the direction they've gone, there isn't sandbox. Yeah, dailies are needed in a non-sandbox MMO. Even in a sandbox MMO, they're needed. Remember, daily is just repeatable task. Dailies... Personally, I found all the checklists just overwhelming because a lot of it was underwhelming in terms of reward. I would agree with you. Except... if you notice how many things I've unlocked now, I have an awful lot of power. I have an awful lot of power built up by 2 defensive points at a time. I'm kind of okay with... That's not a bad look. Come on, guys. There we go. Time-gated repeatable. WoW used to have infinitely repeatable and players abused the fuck out of it. Another to gain access to target resource. Right. All the menus also push me off the game. I will say the gameplay is very good, the combat, so I want to return to it someday. And I agree with you. I actually just put that in my feedback to them. I said, you have Asian menu syndrome. You have too many fucking menus. Shit, you noticed a couple of times I go looking for something. I've been playing, now granted, I'm sleep deprived right now, but that's okay. I can sleep when I'm dead. It's been a long time since the game's had me this excited. Like load up my guns excited. Like, it's more complicated than Active Directory. It's more complicated. I will say this. It's more complicated than EVE Online. And that's saying something. Waiting for my Wi-Fi to connect. Oh, okay. The menus. Yeah, the menus are more complicated than EVE. And this is the first game I will say that about. Because once human has a lot of menus and sub-menus and buried menus. But this game has menus and once human is pretty easy. Get into the game, run around, gun. You can find blueprints, you can find mods, you can find most of that easy. It's all the side round stuff that you struggle with. This game, you can't find the damn menu you're looking for. That's the problem. Which is why I'm gathering up lost players who want to jump in. I have a guild. I don't know why I'm bothering. We only have 4 people. We're not going to clear this in 4 people. Just fail this one. Just burn through this. I rebuilt my healer's deck last night, my card game deck. I was tearing up stuff. Normally I'd be paying more attention, but it's not going to matter. I've been in teams that have cleared this initial 86, but not gonna get that done with 4 people. It's just everybody needs to be able to do about 20,000 damage. Yes, I just played like 9 cards in 1 turn. I have a lot of 0 cost cards. He's 6. Ain't even tickling him. Not even tickling his balls. Come on, man. But I think if they went through and they cleaned up some of the menus. If they cleaned up some of the menus, I don't see any other problems with this game. Little teeny tiny part of pay to win. Little teeny. But in all honesty, it's not that big of a deal because I have a full set of gear where I'm at. Now, granted, it's not a perfect set of gear because there's a lot of RNG when it comes to the gear. But PvP is so unbalanced anyway. And that's where I think we're starting to see the problem. Games can be good PvE wise, or games can be good PvP wise, but when you start having a game that's going to be centered around both, which one gets the lion's share of the attention? Like, I'm fucking terrible. Right now I have a dislocated thumb. It's set, but I'm supposed to be wearing a brace, and I do. I wear the brace at night when I pretend that I've gotten a full night's sleep. But I'm able to clear PvP. I think I have a 50% win rate, maybe just a little lower than 50%. And I will 100% say that's because I run dual blade. Because every time I hit you, I stagger you. That's a problem. A symptom: people in Asia memorize menu paths, and other coders optimize the menu tree memorization model. I think that it is a big problem. Rail, I will say this. I have tanked in my healing gear. I think really, I think you could tank in any gear set. I'm sorry, I think you could, well, yeah, because, let me, trying to formulate a thought with how this game is done. I think you could tank with any weapon, to be honest. You would just have to have the right 4-piece set bonus on the weapon. Are there any systemic issues with this game? There are definitely issues with the way they've tried to go about their building plan. They kind of, you could see that they kind of wanted to do a Trinity-based system, and they kind of missed the mark. Yeah, they have tanks, healers, and damage dealers. However, if you have a healer, and I'll show you as soon as I'm out of this. If you have a healer that's given a shit, and actually built themselves right. Like, yes, I'm a lifelong healer. I started my life as a healer in MMOs. I moved to tank, and then I moved back to healer. If I'm not playing a game with my wife, I'm generally a healer. If I'm playing a game with my wife, I'm generally a tank. Because she will be the first person to tell you, she does not do aggro management very well. My wife's way to aggro is to throw a frying pan. Like, real talk. Actually, it's to throw a chanlaka, but whatever. As soon as I'm out of this, I'll show you the, because I got to do this again. I'll do this again though after the stream ends. I got to get, I'm earning somebody else their fellowship tickets, which I'm more than happy to do. Although I don't think I'm gonna stay at the pace I was doing this. It was 15,000 to unlock the hat. Now it's 50,000. So I'm not cool with that. Oh, we held on by 204 hit points. Hey, I had the high score, and I was the best score. Okay, so what's really, really, really good about this game? It's really, really good. Is you come in here to develop, which I hate that you can change your gear from here, so then people start trying to don't change your gear from here. Change your gear from here. Trust me, I'm a doctor. Okay, so the first thing is your inner way. Now, this is my damage dealing inner way, and I haven't completely tweaked it. I'm still unlocking, so I'm not all about the meta. But if your healer isn't concerned about doing damage, if your healer is actually interested in doing their job, increases the healing effect of water clone created by Pansea's skill Cloudburst healing by 10%. If you are within its range, gain 1 do every time when receiving healing over time. Dealing critical healing applies 1 stack of nurturing for 6 seconds, increasing healing by 2%, stacking 3 times. So that's 6% additional healing. Increase all damage and healing done by 5%. This effect is disabled for 5 seconds after being hit. Taking a hit also grants Cage, increasing all damage by 3%. 80% chance to gain 1 stack of Yi River when attacking or healing, increasing physical damage and healing by 1% for 8 seconds, stacking 5 times. So you can just keep stacking and stacking and stacking healing. And then there's one more. That's 9-fold umbrellas. Increases the healing of Pansea's fans' perception skill resurrection by 50% on the revived target. So if you have a fight that you know you're going to drop people, I'm not going to run that, because this to me is a good ability. But if I need to use it, it means I failed because I let them die. Do the numbers get crazy, like 1 billion damage? Not really. Let me see. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you doing? What you doing? It's a little doodle noodle. Hi, noodle. His fucking derpy cat. He walks around and he's got his tongue sticking out of his mouth. It's like doodle noodle. Well, what are you doing? Hi, buddy. I know, show's almost over. I woke up late. You didn't get any loves. He wants to order 1 attentions, please. Max level right now is 50, and then we have another breakthrough in 2 days that'll increase the level cap. So yeah, healing is so intense. Healing is literally auto-targeting, which is one thing I don't like, but it's action combat. I'm used to having to manage through the party list. Nobody caught me. Those jerks. So yeah, that's 116,000 healing done already. But as you can see, my damage is in like the hundreds. Do I like the action combat in this game? I will say I am starting to grow on action combat. But I could definitely understand if somebody were to say the action combat isn't buttery smooth. And yeah, you're right. If there wasn't internal DPS meters, I think a lot of people would try mechanics more. And what's going to happen is some of these people are going to be in a world of shit when the harder content comes out and they've been used to just being overhealed through all the content. Is healing strong early on? I won't say that healing is too strong. I will say that I've specced 100% into healing. Enemy attack readability seems pretty good. Yeah, the predictions on this mode, the predictions are good. In the higher difficulties, the predictions are gonna get harder and harder. But we're still on the crawl, walk, run. So I did 8% of the damage, and 11% of the tanking, and 100% of the healing. And since I don't really need... Well, I'll just do double. It's fine. I think I need 10 more. I need to do one more. That's the trick. I need one more for to finish this bounty. Oh, it didn't give me... I got... Oh, because I'm capped for the week. I can only do them this way. This is kind of cool too. They have like all these other little mini games. They have sumo wrestling. Come on, man. You queued for it. Let's go. You queued for it. Well, remember, this isn't launch. The game has been out for about a year in China. Yes. I'm in a big fat furry suit. You just did your first breakthrough? It's still 1 every 9. Okay. We were looking for a way. They said there's a way to get more than 1 energy. Just so you know, when you play, you have energy. And you get 1 back every 9 minutes. And you can get pillow powder. You get it through the battle pass for free, and then you get some more through the battle pass if you buy the premium version of the battle pass. I believe that's pay to win, because it does, you pay for the ability to open more chests. But like I said, they give you enough energy that you can get your full gear set. I could see the people that are cosmetic chasing saying, well, I don't like it because, and I totally get down with, and I'm not excusing it. I absolutely think that they should not have anything that could possibly be pay to ... They shouldn't have any of it. Missed. He's gonna get me. Yep. Oh, that guy's good as shit. He hasn't missed 1 yet. Oh, he's getting 55 a throw. He hasn't missed 1. He's good. My God, he's at 315. He's a beast. $440, my God. He's getting 70 a throw now. This is like bowling. You screw up once. Oh. Each one of those is worth 24. Do this one more time, finish that other one. Although now that, like I said, now that they did, they quadrupled the value of what I was aiming for, I probably won't go as hardcore on this as I was. There's the game. Yeah, this is another one of those. I really like the mini games. But once you miss once, you're kind of boned. Oh. With that said, if you've been looking for a game, even if you don't stick with it, the game's totally free. Game is totally free. I absolutely endorse the game. Although now I want to look over here. I am very sad that they did that. Bounty shop. Yeah, see, yesterday this was when your 4 acclaim reached 15,000. That hat. Yeah, yesterday it was when you were level 5. Now it's when you're level 9. And that's gonna take a bit. That's going, getting that up, that's gonna take a bit. Although I understand, because, you know, they want people to, you know, strive. Anyway, it's always a great time when people show up. I appreciate everyone being here. 100% support the game. Hopefully I'll get caught up to a point where I have all the side stuff done and I can maybe start writing some articles and making some videos, but I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to go make a salad and then I'm going to game until my eyes bleed. I'll be back tomorrow though for another show because I like the Saturday show as well. So I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's